it's working. All right, appears all as well. Oh, it's good to be in the chair today. As bright as that go. Let's turn the light on over here. It's hard to see with all this metal, all the lights bouncing around. All right, so I'm gonna try to refocus a little bit today. I had to do some patchwork on the nano gauntlet. I was not happy with the chrome and the gold application with the brush, so I masked everything off and went back with an airbrush, and it looks much better. So, but I still want to go in between gold right there with a little bit of chrome and a hairline chrome, but that should be easy, and a little touch up right there. So that's almost done. I did do like a test weathering on the boots, but I mean with the panel liner, I mean it went in there. It looks, it looks okay. I think I am gonna go and do a wash though. I'm gonna wash over the whole thing, and then just like sponge it up in places, wherever I can. Either sponge or paper towel, and then I'll just do a little bit at a time, and then that way I can, hold on to some of the gold. But I want the some of these, scratches and stuff. I want those to have some darkness in them. So, yeah, we're gonna see what happens. That's the plan for today. Then I gotta do some stuff on the skin. I need to do some highlights, just a couple washes, to do the depths and his little crevices and stuff, some little shadowing, and then do some highlighting on his veins and junk. It's portrait, of course. Should not be right up against the screen. I will do. Oh, and I gotta touch this up. Actually, I'm gonna go and do this right now. These little pieces down here got matted out, so I want to do a gloss on those real quick. Then I'm tired of messing with this thing. Got a little white stuff in there, and I don't know where it's coming from. It seems to rub off okay, so give it a cleaning later. But yeah, it seems like this stuff should have been super simple, but for whatever reason, I've just had all kinds of problems. Oh, I did run some matte varnish into some of these black pieces. See here underneath? So, yeah, that looks good. I could probably use another coat. So, I'm gonna try to make up for some corrections I had to fix. Finish those little corrections up. I need to gloss these parts. Then this piece will be done. Yeah, see, like, what is that? And it does not seem to want to come up. Let's try a little bit of water. Just had like weird stuff happening throughout this whole model creation. things that don't normally happen have been happening. And I don't understand. I think those are little dry chunks of matte varnish. I had such a hard time getting that through the air gun. I think next time I am gonna. I don't normally dilute varnishes, but I think next time I spray these varnishes, I'm gonna dilute them down a little bit with some thinner. Alright, anyway, back I don't care so much about, but that spot in front was really bothering me. I had the hardest time with this, getting these varnishes nice and even, but now they're nice and even and they look fantastic. So gloss those little gold parts back up. It seems like a good place to start. My desk is generalized chaos at the moment, but I feel like my last few days have been generalized chaos, so I'm gonna try to get my shit together. Got a busy week next week, so gonna see what I can. Why am I doing that on the paper towel? See what I can do about this Thanos this weekend, and maybe sometime during the week next week I'll be editing footage and get a video up. Not that that's the point, but I got a new glove. I've been recycling this one too many times. Because I was waiting for a delivery. Some fresh ones. That was so good. All right, where was I? Glossing these little pieces. Oh wait, before I do that, there was a couple spots I wanted to touch up with some gold. One little white dot right there that I can't figure out what the hell happened. And then there's this top edge. I need to hit those with some bright gold first. Really don't need much. Good candidate. Mostly clean, just a small drop in there. I haven't used a whole lot of colors on old Thanos here. The gold and black. Various metals in black. One drop. Oh, I should be thinning this with. Should be thinning this with airbrush thinner, but But here we are. I don't want to do too much. Mainly that little spot right there. Oh wait, this one. Change out the mixing brush. Alright, gloss. But I need here. Second so you can stay. I need something a bit larger. This is 5. That should work. Bit of gloss varnish. right, that is done. Let's do some weathering here. All right, I want to start from the bottom up, and I already did some panel liner on this, and I can see some separation in the plates and stuff, which is great, but it's not enough. This is still just way too shiny. So I'm gonna do some washes. I'm gonna do like a black wash, and yeah, I'll do a black wash, and then use a paper towel or a sponge to just kind of pick it back up a little bit. But I really want this to be, especially down here at the feet. So I'm gonna start in the back to do like a little test spot. See if I like the paper towel texture or the sponge. Here's a brown wash. Black. I go through a lot of black wash. Take this chunky butt stuff out here. Some built up wash here. I don't want the chunks to rehydrate. But I do find it's easier to deal with this, to not use as much wash, because I don't want it. This stuff is it's not cheap. It's not expensive either. I buy a lot of it because I use a lot of it. So try to make it last for as long as I can, stretch it for as long as I can. And the easiest way to do that is just dispense it inside this cap here, a few drops at a time. Like so. Brush ready to catch any overage here. Yes, I usually do something like this. I just kind of let the cap kind of catch drops as it comes out. That's really all I need to do at any moment, you know. Try to get out of the habit of trying to do too much at once. Like this. Give it a nice, I'm gonna do this section by section. Go in, sponge, kind of pick some of that back up. Actually, no, the sponge spreads it around. Right now, I think the paper towel's going to do it. Yeah, it's a better texture. Little light dabs with the paper towel once wet. Alright, let's get into it. Sometimes you gotta start off a little slow, you know, test a theory. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do this kind of one section at a time so I don't get any weird patterns dried in there. This back section. Towel, dab, dab, dab. Yeah, that looks better. It's hard to decide where to divide this thing. You do kind of have to move quick. Honestly, I think maybe I don't need to dab it up as much as I think I do. If anything gets too dark, I can always just go back and dry brush it, a little bit of gold back on top of it. I don't want to end up with super dark patches. See, I'm getting too big. Too big for my britches here. It does look better though. not even going to dab up on his boots at all. They should be a little extra dirty, actually. I'm considering also if I want to do a couple, like some mud splashes, you know. It's nice and dirtied up now. Oh yeah, I see a difference. I think as I work my way up his body, it'll get less and less, but the boots, I think, can be a little heavy. Hey, thanks, Joe. Yeah, I don't like things to be so super shiny and clean, you know, especially not armor. And this wash is actually kind of bringing out the richness of the gold anyway, which is kind of nice. And variation. Yeah. There we go. Our little spot right there. A little heavier on the boots. And yeah, I think I may go and do some mud splatter. Finish them off. But yeah, this. And then yeah, if I need to go back and dry brush it any, if it's too dark, then I can definitely go back and give it that dry brushing. Some shiny spots are good. Alright, yeah. These definitely around these little knee guards, but I think once I start getting up higher, I'm going to be a little more strategic with kind of where I put wash. These knee guards have seen some shit though, so we're gonna darken them down real good. Go over the middle of the black metal just a little bit. Maybe not that much. Dial that back just a smidge. Actually, up here in the high. There we go. I want to leave a couple little patches, like little spots like that, just of dirt. Actually, down here in these creases and crevices. What Iron Man colors the gauntlet? Oh, this because this is the nano gauntlet. So this is the one that the Hulk used. Yeah. So I need to go back in and do a little bit of chrome touch up in between the gold there. I had to. So a couple things with this. So like when it's powered up, it looks fantastic. But I didn't think about what it was going to look like. One of these is red. I didn't think about what it was going to look like when it was powered down. So because there's no like backing inside, there's nothing light for the things to react against. See, so it's like when I got too much light on it here. So when they're powered down, they're hard to see. Even here. I don't think my connection's on there fully, but yeah, you can definitely see the colors, you know, when the lights bouncing around in there. But I think next time what I'm going to try to do is spray the inside of the hollow piece. Like I don't want to do a white primer because that's gonna not let the light shine through, or it'll be very, very dim. Maybe I'll just have to use a brighter pack. I don't know. I'm gonna have to experiment with like ways to tint transparent resin when the inside is hollow. I'm gonna have to figure that out. But I'm happy with how it looks when it's powered on. So that's the main thing. When it's off, it's just they're dark. And you can sort of see it with the light on. Like you can sort of pick out the colors in the bright light, but that was a little bit of a fail. So I'm going to learn from that mistake. Yeah, I didn't want to do the Infinity Gauntlet version of, you know, where he's got the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand and he's holding the sword out with his right, because like printed at that size, the sword would have stuck out like 18 inches or 20 inches or something. And I was like, I don't want that dangling off my shelf. So this version, he's holding the sword back and up and his hand out. It's much more horizontally compact, which is what I was going for. The hardest part of doing this is just getting it evenly applied. What brand is the gold paint? What's up, Casio? It is, well, this is the Army Painter bright gold. On this little spot right here, that's the Army Painter greedy gold. And yeah, I use the greedy gold on the Iron Man, for the Iron Man gold. I really liked it. So it's a nice subtle difference between the bright gold and the greedy gold. Big chunk. Stop right there. Back and dabble some of that up. I don't want it to go moving up his body. I don't want the wash to be too overstated. One on his boots and stuff, it's cool. They can be like kind of dark, super beat up. But all the gold needs to match too, so it is important that everything get a little bit of this wash. And I'm not purposely leaving it kind of pooling in the crevices a little bit. This towel may have too much texture. It's even like a little dot pattern in there if I'm not careful. do some randomness in here. There we go, that's pretty good. And I'll go back with a little bit of dry brush gold and hit the edges a little bit. Moving through these pieces pretty quickly. I also like the differences in the matte black for the material and the shiny gloss black for the black metal. I like how that varnish difference turned out. Even like between these panels, the little rubbery looking black on the inside. I don't know, I love it. I love having like contrasting varnishes, like textures, materials. I love how that always comes together. As it just, I don't know, feels a little more complete, you know? It's not like a flat color or something. It will look good either way, but having the material look different gives a little extra pop, in my opinion. I also have this pet peeve with doing like the same color rattle can varnish over the whole thing. Like, I just have this peeve about it. I don't know why. Like, why would you spend all that time like painting this thing, you know, with such detail, and then just like wash it out with the same varnish? Kind of ruins the whole effect. And it's like, and also, I want to know what people are protecting their statues from, because like, you don't need like a heavy duty, you know, super varnish. It's not like, unless you're like putting it outside or something, you know what I'm saying? Like, unless if you think your statue is going to be exposed to extreme conditions, yeah, I get it, but most of it is just going to be sitting on your little nerd shelf. So why do that? But man, that irks me. I've seen some really good paint jobs ruined by a varnish. I always prefer to do weathering on my statues, on my guys, just because, you know, it makes the suits and stuff, it just makes everything look a little more lived in. And but unless I'm doing like a studio pose, you know, where they're just, yeah, but even then I like to do a little bit of you know, battle damage or whatever, depending upon the statue. But very rarely do I let them go unvarnished or unstained. Some anime stuff, like it's like a cartoon, like a cartoony kind of character thing, I will you know, go easy on the wash, as long as there's some separation in there, you know, it's fine. This stuff, it's like there's so many little plates and things running together, you really just need the blackness in the creases to kind of separate the panels. And like I said, I ran panel liner through the over the boots, and I was not impressed, so I opted to go the wash. It's kind of fun, actually. When it's semi-wet, I can kind of rip it a little bit, like right on the edges. Kind of gives a cool, like, scuff look. That's fun. Just have to get it when it's like not quite dry, not quite, it's not fully wet either. It's just like right in between. I should go back and check and see if I did the top of that other one. That tells me I did not. Go a little bit lighter. There. Yeah, see, I can kind of pull it a little bit, pull it away from the edges, and give them a little bit more of a scuff. All right, moving on. I may go back and hit some of his, I'll do a little bit of panel liner in a couple of spots I noticed. Hey, what's up, DL? How did I get the color for the armor? It is a gloss black as a bit. Well, I did, obviously, I did a black surface primer first, and then I did a gloss black on top of that, and then this is Army Painter Bright Gold. Did that through the airbrush. And then for the accent armor, that's Greedy Gold. And that I just brushed on. A couple thin layers. That's way too much. Pick some of that up. Oops. Just trying to dirty this gold up a little bit, especially on these hands and stuff. Or there's how seeing a whole lot of shit. Go. Let's get this. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna hit that little bit of panel liner. Actually, let's just go ahead and do that now. I'll give that a second. Oh yeah, that print, that Absolute Batman print was pretty cool. Yeah, I would definitely do that with a mix of, when you're doing your blacks, do a mix of matte varnishes and gloss varnishes, like you can see here. See how the, let me see if I get a better example. Let me show you this. Yeah, see here, so like on the legs, where the matte varnish gives it kind of like a rubbery kind of cloth almost texture. You know, depending upon what it is, of course, you can interpret it different ways, but the matte varnish versus the gloss varnish on the same color black, it really separates the blacks. So like for his cape or for his, like, you know, flexible black pieces, I would use like a matte, you know, thing. And then obviously for his armor, you know, you could use something kind of black and dark, but that's how I would paint that. Oh yeah, panel liner. Let's get حتى لو كل السكك هتتصد افضل اعملها لحد ما يبقى عندي بنك حاسس اني فوت اخاف ده يبقى وهم وارجع تاني زي ما كنت. Oh well, that song's probably gonna get blocked. Like, I do not recognize this song that is playing, and I'm pretty sure I've run through this playlist several times. So the panel liner is, per the name, you just drop it down into your panels like that. See it just running down, running through there. And then it just gives a nice, like, once it dries, it has a little bit of transparency and kind of settles into the corners. And now this stuff does take a little while to dry. It will stay liquid for a while, which is both good and bad. This means you can't really, you have to kind of be strategic when you're working. You gotta let it dry. But panel liner is great. Kind of drop it and let it run. Well, you can slop it on there a little bit because, you know, it accentuates the whole aging varnish on there for the wash. Yep, varnishes are important. Get a, I would do a gloss, a satin, and a matte. I mean, I guess that's your only three options really, but I would get all three because all three will have different effects on the same exact color. It's really freaky. Like satin on black will give it more of a, like a, that's probably more of like a rubbery look, like a thick rubber. And then, yeah, I would say that the matte varnish is probably closer to like what a fabric, like a black fabric would be, depending upon the texture of the model, of course. So like in this case, it reads, you know, it's the matte black is more like a space rubber, as best I can put it. Actually, I need to touch up a little bit of that matte varnish right there now that I'm looking at it. Go grab my matte. I'll show you the one I use. Yeah, so this one is I use the premium varnishes for highly visible stuff. The Army Painter varnishes are great for like just a quick seal. You know, you just need to seal something real quick and it'll dry quick and then you're good to go. These varnishes take a little bit longer to dry. I think they fully cure in like 4 hours. They're workable after like 20 minutes. Like you can paint over them after like 20 minutes, but they're not fully cured, meaning completely immovable until like after 4 hours. So that means you can't really go in with a Q-tip, or like you can't wash off a top layer, you know. So that's why it's not good for just a speed varnish. Doing a speed varnish like Army Painter varnishes, those are great for, you know, you just need the save point while you're painting. If you need to take a Q-tip and water to it, you know, it's pretty resilient. This stuff, like I said, is rock solid after it fully cures, but it takes too long. So, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. What was I going to do with this again? Matte varnish. Oh yeah, touch up that. Yeah, like I try to think too, like, you know, the parts that are going to be rubbing up against the skin, those I feel like would be rubbery, you know, it would have some flex. So like these pieces right here, where's arm would flex, like that needs to be it's like a leathery, almost black leathery texture. Anyway, regardless, it gives you a subtle impression of you know, a material difference, like two materials coming together. Yeah, for sure. Like now that I've varnished this thing, I'll just set it aside and not really mess with it for a while. I got other stuff to do. All right. Make sure all this is looking pretty even. His little, I think his little flaps. No, those are too shiny. I'll hit them with a tiny amount of varnish. I'm gonna have to varnish the whole thing. I'm not gonna try to separate anything. It's all the same level of used. Yeah, like I said, the last couple days I've just been struggling with getting these pieces finished and to a high enough quality that I could call them done. Like I just had a whole bunch of mistakes, so I haven't been streaming the last couple days because I've just been like correcting errors, and I don't want to. There's no need to show that. Like just doing stuff I should have done at the beginning. But I am definitely happy. I went back over the Nano Gauntlet with an airbrush. I masked off some of the chrome areas. Some of the spots I painted were a little heavy, and for metals, I mean, all metal really has got to be done with an airbrush. I think I've come to a determination. You can do it with a really, really light brush and really like multiple coats. You know, if you really want to get a nice saturation without bulk. But the problem is the metal flake wants to slide around on the surface with a brush, and so it just pulls up, and often looks terrible. So I had to go back. I just couldn't live with it, and I was like, I know I'm gonna do some close-up shots of the Nano Gauntlet. I don't want it looking like junk. I got a reputation. Got a reputation to uphold. I'm sorry, was this finally getting an airbrush? Nice. Yeah, an airbrush, honestly, airbrush will change the game, DL, like for real. When you get it, and once you get good at it, it takes a while to get good at it, and so don't get frustrated. It also takes it takes a while to get used to the maintenance. Like you really have to just basically use it and clean it, use it and clean it, use it and clean it. And it doesn't have to be like a full clean, but you'll know, like you'll feel it out, like how clean is clean enough. And even then, after like a month, I usually do like a deep clean on mine where I'll just set the parts to soak in airbrush cleaner like overnight, and then just go in with a paper towel and just really give it a good cleaning. So you'll have to get used to the maintenance and everything. And like I said, I didn't fully appreciate keeping an airbrush clean until the results of me not keeping the airbrush clean caused it to stop functioning. So after that, I really learned how to take care of an airbrush, because like you can get really good with it, and there are just some things you just can't, like I said, like metals, like you just can't get a nice even application without an airbrush. You just can't. It's just possible. Like, and even this, like this, the matte finish that I got on this part, my final option was going in with an airbrush and just airbrush the matte varnish on it. And that's why I had to go back and re-gloss the gold parts, because it was the only way to get an even finish. Brushing just is not always the best solution, which also means you have to learn masking. And masking stuff off takes a lot of patience, and sometimes it's dumb. Like sometimes you're masking off a teeny tiny little thing just to go with your airbrush, just one little and that's it, and then then you're done masking, you're done. But you may have spent like 20 minutes masking it off. Like sometimes it's really infuriating, I'm not gonna lie. But that is something I got to get more adept with masking, because I hate it. Still hate it. Still haven't found a really good solution. Like pinstriper tape is good, just because it's got like little fibers in it that allow it to flex and bend around stuff. So pinstriper tape is really, I recommend that for masking. The Plastitac definitely is good for masking. And then like saran wrap or like clear wrap or something like that. There's no like one solution for everything kind of mask, which, you learn that too. Oh, no. Yeah, never mind. I'm gonna look too clean, but it's Thanos. He's not gonna be rolling around in dirty ass shit all the time anyway. He's in the middle of the battle here, so there we go. You bought liquid mask? Yeah, good. I maybe you can figure out a good way to use liquid mask. For me, I can never get a good result. Like, I can just never get a clean edge. It's probably good for like getting down into crevices to mask off, because you kind of slop it around in there. But I've yet to find a solid use for liquid mask. So yeah, if you figure it out, man, if you figure out any tips, let me know, because like you can't put on a thick application, because as soon as you pick your brush up and it dries, if you try to go back to make a thicker, or to touch up an area, like if you didn't quite get close enough, you forget about it, because it just starts to rip up the latex. But yeah, I don't know if it's just a user error thing, or what my problem is, or what, but I cannot get that stuff to work properly. And then the edges, it seems like the edges are always like rough. Like they're never smooth. You would expect them to be smooth, it's liquid. But I guess that only applies if you can keep the liquid edge. You start sticking it on with a brush, it gets all jagged. It doesn't flow into the thing. That I'm fully aware that it may just be a user thing. I haven't figured that shit out yet. Toning all this gold down a little bit. I think I am going to go back in with a little bit of a dry brush. How much do I have left? As in left to do on this? I got to do his torso. I've got to do the washes on his skin. I've got to do the washes and the panel liner on the sword. Finish the portrait. His eyeballs, really. Eyeballs and lips. And I'll do the lips and stuff at the same time I do the low light in his skin tone. His fingernails on that one hand. And that's it. And then I got to go back and I got to add these little, need to go back and add little connectors to all my wired up parts. I got to go add connectors to that. Figure out how I'm going to do the assembly. Because like I want to do an assembly video for this. I think it'll be cool. But there's so many like little parts and stuff that I don't know. Like I don't know how I'm going to do it. It's also going to take up a lot of space. So I have to pull the camera way back. So I got some production kinks to work out sometime this week. I'm not going to try to rush it though. I realize that's been part of my part of my issues is I'm putting pressure on myself to get this thing done, and there shouldn't be any pressure because I'm having a good time doing it. And I'm starting to get too focused on, you know, the making the video for YouTube and not actually just having a good time painting my statue. So I've decided I'm going to actively focus on that until I no longer have to actively focus on it and it just happens like it used to. Because, yeah, I've been way too concerned about the wrong aspects of this hobby recently, and I'm going to try to fix that. Oh yeah, definitely. He's got it. Yeah, he's definitely light. He's definitely gonna light up. I got the little infinity stones all lighting up. I gotta do some touch ups still in this gauntlet, but I'm happy with how they light up. Now, when they're not lit, I was saying this earlier. When they're not lit, there's a and they're all lit up. They look pretty good. See all the stones. Too much light on light in here right now. So whenever I do the photography, I'll definitely be shooting on black. I'll have these lit up, so they look really nice, you know, when they're lit up. But when they're not, you can barely see the colors. You can sort of see, but you can't. So that's going to be a miss on this statue until I figure out. There's got to be a good way to do this. I'm thinking if I spray the inside, just blast up in there with some white, you know, no primer, just white, and just give it a white base, then the ink I put on, you'll be able to see it and the light will still be able to shine through. That should solve the problem, but I did not anticipate it on this one, so whatever. Oh, it's a battery. It's like a little AA battery pack, you know, 3-volt. I only do battery packs because I rarely turn my statues on unless I'm just showing somebody, and so it's only on for a couple seconds, you know, it's not, or a couple minutes or something like that. Yeah, learning how to print in clear resin, and also like use alcohol inks when you go to tint them, you know, like learning that kind of stuff, that was a cool, you know, level up. I remember the first one I did, and the first transparent one I tried to do was the Flash statue, and I used the wrong kind of resin tint. I didn't realize that like resin tint and alcohol ink are two totally different ways to two totally different effects. Learned that the hard way. So that one is, you know, that one's kind of shit. But the Luffy statue I did for a friend of mine, that one I did a really good job with those transparent pieces. That was the first time I really got good at it. And then my Green Lantern turned out really nice too with the big transparent pieces. So doing transparencies is fun, but it's slightly different. The statue I have right now on the printer is Mr. Freeze, and he's got a bunch of really cool transparent like ice shards. So I'm gonna do those in a really cool like you know, resin or nice alcohol ink. And then he's also got a lot of like snow effects and stuff. So I've got some special effect paints coming. They should be here next week to do like ice crystals and that kind of thing. It's super cool. I have this other like snow stuff, it's environment snow, to kind of pile up around the base of things. But I needed that. I need the ice. What's it called? Frost. The frost effect. Basically, like you spray it on, and then it like does a weird reaction, like crystallizes, and it looks like ice crystals. I think I'm gonna like the Army Painter one better than the Green Stuff World one, but I bought both just so I can give them a little test. Because that's how I like to do things. All right, those parts are all done. These parts gotta get done. start. Yeah, totally. For Emma Frost, yeah. Yeah, if you want to check out my check out the Green Lantern video, and you'll see how I did the transparent pieces there. That's probably gonna be your like best tutorial. I think I even called it out. Like I think I even did a special tutorial about how I did the green. So check the chapter markers. I'm pretty sure I did that. Yeah, I will say when you're working with transparencies, you kind of have to do those first because you need to be able to seal them off, especially if they're like you're going to run into some statues where you got some transparent and some like solid, kind of mixed into the same geometry. And I will tell you that like you don't want to hollow transparent pieces wherever possible. If you print them solid, you'll get a nice, better effect. So a lot of times, what I'll do is, when I'm hollowing out a model in Lychee, I'll use the blockers to block off the parts that I'm going to be printing in transparent, or that I want to keep in transparent. And then those are what I use to do the. You want to do those first as soon as when it comes out of the printer, because you can't really cure them the same either. Like if you cure them more than like 2 minutes, they'll start to turn yellow. And so if you want like a really, really, really transparent piece, that's something to keep in mind. If it's going to be like a colored piece or something, like you're going to be tinting it, and it doesn't really matter if it's crystal clear or not, you can use an exception. Like sometimes I'll just, I can really, bake a piece. But usually 2 to 3 minutes is going to be your limit on transparent pieces if you want to keep them transparent. So that means you have to, you cure them and then you ink them, however you want to ink them or whatever, gloss them, however you want to, you got to gloss them to keep them transparent. And then after that, you can go in and prime. You can mask those parts off and then start priming everything else. It's a bit of a process, is what I'm trying to get at. It's like a kind of a special snowflake kind of a deal. Like if you're going to have transparent parts, you really got to deal with them first. Hey, Bill, that's what I'm here for, man. If you ever got questions, just hit me up. I'll do my best. And this is all just stuff I've learned from doing it wrong. This is just all my experience with, from the last couple years. but I feel like I've learned to kind of move from like technique or material. I will try to like purposefully choose some models where I get to practice with it. Like whenever I was learning to do transparencies, I purposely did like a couple models, you know, in a row that had transparencies, just so I could experiment with them and, you know, figure out how to deal, you know, with the figure out what a workable working process was. There's no right and wrong way to do it, obviously. You do it however works for you. But to get the results that I wanted to get, you know, I use the process that I described to you earlier. And some people are, you know, you can do other stuff. Maybe you find a better way. You find a better way that yields a better result. I would love to know it. But it's, like I said, that's also why I like to just kind of get, you know, broadcast this stuff for free. Because man, when I was a beginner, I was looking around for this information, and I did find bits and pieces, but I never found like an explanation, you know, an explanation for things. I would get, like I said, I would get bits and pieces of the knowledge, so I would kind of understand the technique and what they were going for. But it wasn't until I actually started applying it myself and experimenting with it that I understood more about what was going on. Especially for like transparency stuff with like cure times and like fogginess versus, you know, super clarity, and again, how to tint them, you know, that kind of stuff. Like it took me a while to work that out. If I can save somebody else a bunch of time, then sweet. I'm also not a professional by any stretch of the imagination. Like I am maybe an advanced enthusiast, but I would definitely not call myself a grand master of painting statues. We're all just out here trying to learn, you know. We can learn together. Did I get all that? Oh wow, really? I'm, dude. Don't put me in the same category as Brent. Like that's I am honored. I do not feel that way at all. I do not feel like I am in his his caliber at all, but I really appreciate that. He is living the dream, though, man. Let me tell you, if I could do that, I would. Definitely go back and hit some of this with some panel liner next. But like I said, once I do the panel liner, I got to be prepared to just put it down for a little while. Can't really do much anything else. Yeah, I mean that's another thing too. I wanted, like, that's why I kind of try to live stream as much as I can, because I want people to see that, like, making these statues is not something that happens fast. You know, it's a lot of freaking work. And so people ask me, it's like, what would I sell it for? It's like, well, I don't think you want the answer to that, because I mean, this is what session is this? Like 20? I think today's like my 20th work session on this statue. And that's not counting the ones that I didn't record. I know there's at least 3 or 4 that I didn't stream. So yeah, it's like this stuff does not happen fast. That's why I don't want to get into printing statues to sell them. People ask me all the time, "Oh, you sell them? You want to sell them?" Blah blah blah. It's like I don't want to be beholden. Like, I don't want to have to, like, I'm like taking orders and then somebody's waiting on them, you know, like waiting on a statue for me to finish. Hell, I don't know when I'm gonna feel like finishing it. Now, if I was doing it as a job and like doing it full time, you know, that might be a different story. You know, if I thought I could make a living at it. But you know, right now, as far as I can see, there's no way for me to be able to comfortably do that. So I will happily take money from YouTube, though, because, you know, corporations are killing everything. So the least I can do is take their money. But yeah, that's, some people are telling me like I should open up what do they call that, the Discord thing, and like make a subscription thing. And it's like, yeah, I don't want to charge you guys for stuff, you know, for knowledge that I feel like should be for free. So I'm probably one of the very few people on YouTube that's not actually just on here trying to make a living at it. I'm doing it for the love of doing it, you know. That to me is more important. Helping spread the good word about statue painting, because it's a fucking fantastic way to spend your life credits. Gathering some XP. This is a fantastic way to do it. Yeah, our Patreon, thank you. Yeah, I don't want to do any of that. I'm like, I'd much rather just hang out and answer questions if they come up, or help people on their own journeys, you know, to becoming a statue painter. That's a natural divide right there. Stop that. I get some junk in here. Go back and hit that with some panel liner too. There we go. Now it's starting to look like something. Weathering used to scare me. Like the first couple times I did it, because it just looks. Now, if you do it wrong, I mean, you can still make it look kind of patchy and gross. But sometimes, I mean, that's what you want. You know what I'm saying? Like, depending upon what you're doing, maybe you want it to look all patchy and nasty. If I was doing this to just like tint it down, I would be doing it with an airbrush. Like if I wanted a solid, consistent tint change, like what I did with the Captain America's blue, there's like parts of his suit were a little darker blue than the other parts. That I sprayed wash so that it was just a nice even application. Doing it with a brush, you end up with patches, but in pools. But that's kind of the point, is that you want it to kind of pool up in some spots. These broad surfaces, though, I'm just dabbing it with this just to give a little bit of a texture to it, but still letting some of the gold come through. And the panel liner will be the last step to go in and just give a little more separation. There's lots of little layers to get all the little effects you want. But yeah, the first time I did weathering, I felt like I was ruining it because it just looked so patchy. I didn't understand that, you know, if you touch the same spot multiple times, you get a buildup, and then you can't really wipe it off. I mean, you can, but it's not always going to be successful. Mainly, I want to get it down in these little recesses, but I'm going to come back in with some panel liners. Doesn't have to be too crazy right now. Underneath there, we go. Try to do these things as best I can. pieces, and then we'll be all done with that. Do 1/2 at a time. So why Mr. Freeze? Because I'm doing my villain run this year. I'm gonna do a year of villains. I've decided, and so I'm starting with the big bad, Thanos here, and then I'm gonna do a Mr. Freeze. I'm gonna do a Sinestro. I'm gonna do a Doctor Doom. I'm gonna do an Apocalypse. I gotta do Darth Vader. He's obviously one of the baddest of the bad guys. I'm gonna space him out though, because I'm gonna do some LEDs. I'm gonna do some I'm gonna do an LED lightsaber tutorial with him. So I want to space that out a little bit. Probably do that sometime in the summer. Then I'll see how many bad guys I can crank out. I want to do some Spider-Man bad guys. I've got an Electro. I've got a Green Goblin that I want to do. Eventually, I'm going to do the other Spider-Man. I've got a Doc Ock and a Tobey Maguire Spider-Man but I want to do the Tom Holland and Andrew Garfield ones too. So I got plans. Mr. Freeze is one of my favorites too. He's one of my favorite bad guys. I like the complexity of his origin story. You know, I like that. You know, the reason he's doing crime is for his wife and cure her disease and stuff. And I was like, you know, I like complicated villains where it's like, you know, they think they're doing something good. Well, even like Thanos, even then, you know, he's, you know, snapping away all the half the people, like all that shit. You know, to him that makes completely logical sense, and in a way, it kind of does. But yeah, that's the brand of villain that I like. So, not all of them have the same complicated backstory as a Vader or a Thanos, but I'm gonna be bulking up on my villain statues this year. Right? Hey, what's up, Brandon? Oh yeah, hey, yeah, Wicked statues are awesome. Their bases are crazy, man. Like, I don't know if you saw the base for this Thanos statue I did earlier in some of my earlier sessions, but all the skulls and stuff, it's like super cool. But man, is it Wicked bases are no joke. And that cityscape one that's a big one. But shoot me a DM when you finish it on my Instagram. I'd love to see it when you're done, or even just in process. I need to do a Venom too. Venom isn't really. See, I was thinking about including Venom on my in my villain list, but I wouldn't consider him to be a villain necessarily. He's more like a anti-hero, right? Like, so I am also planning on doing like a crossover, you know, set of statues. Maybe I'll do Venom for a crossover. It's like he's not really a bad guy, but he's not a good guy either. You know, he's doing good things, but usually just to save his own ass. So yeah, I'll do some crossover statues for sure of characters that kind of like Loki. Loki's probably a good crossover character. Started off as, you know, a villain. Yeah, that's the one thing. If I do go back to paint Spider-Man, I will definitely be spacing those out because painting suit lines is no fun. Although, depending upon which Spider-Man you're talking about, some of the spider lines are like if they're recessed, they're not too bad to paint, like, you know. But if they're raised, even then that's not too bad to paint. So it is a lot of them though. Make sure I'm getting this up and down in the corners here. Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to go back and hit this with a gold dry brush, just to bring some of this back, because it is looking a little dark. But I suppose I should do that before I do the panel liner. So, like I said, once I start putting panel liner in, I can't really do much. Is this dry? Yeah, this is dry. I'm going to do a very, very light, super duper light dry brush. But I have been at this for right at 2 hours, so I'm going to do these little blades here. Shine them back up a little bit, dry brush them a little bit. Before I get back, I'm going to take a health and safety break real quick, and then come back and continue. Keep throwing some daylight at this time. Oh, it's only 3:45. That's fun. Got a few more hours I can throw at this. Let those bad boys dry. Then we dry brush, then we panel liner, and we should be done with most of that. Then, oh, I forgot about this. Dang it. All right, let me do this real quick. Not quite. I spoke too soon. Got to do this. Got to get his helmet washed. But wash, it's a Vallejo black. That's Vallejo black wash FX for dark vehicles. A whole lot of descriptors in there just say it's a black wash. This brush is too big. Better though. I'll run a little bit of panel liner in there too later. Drop my towel again. Again. Goodness. All right. Turtling up. Q-tip would probably be better, but I actually like that I didn't quite get the whole thing. That way there's a little bit of shadow in the little crevices back here. Just wanting to dirty it up a little bit. All right, that looks pretty good. Make sure it matches. There's some kind of trick to get his head to fit down in there. I guess that's it. It does feel like it should go down in there just a smidge deeper. Maybe I need to trim off the top of that key. Yeah, I think I'm going to trim off the top of the key. Do that later. All right, now I'm going to go take a quick health and safety break, rehydrate, and I shall return forthwith. All right, and we're back. Let me get some bright gold to do some dry brushing on these pieces. Try to get a clean paper towel, but this will work for you. And I don't want to do a big brush. It's probably good. I like to wet the bristles a little bit so the paint flows off a little easier. I want them wet, but and then for this, we're just gonna dab it down in there. Probably use way too much. And kind of spread it around to get all the bristles kind of coated. And then we'll work them down so that they're not so coated. So this should be pretty subtle, so let's start someplace a little not conspicuous here. Yeah, just kind of very, very subtle. Just kind of brighten it back up. Just want to hit the edges. almost want to hit it with a different color gold. It's definitely brightening it back up. Like compared to this one I haven't done yet. Like it's definitely adding some brighter spots. But I kind of want to give a highlighter, or like a more of a light edge. I may see if I can do a different. I want to continue with this through the rest of the pieces, because there are some spots where it is just too dark. But I think I'm also going to go back and do some something with a light, like a really bright gold, a super bright, just to go back and hit the edges, just to bring them out a little bit. I might just be overthinking it too. You know, gold is gold. It's gonna do what it's gonna do. Can't really tint it that much. Just kind of fake it. But this is definitely doing what I wanted it to do. It's allowing the wash to stay in the little nooks and the little scratches and dents and stuff all in the texture. But then the dry brush over top of it is bringing back some of the gold brightness. Anywhere I put the wash on a little too thick, and brush it back out. Particularly like right here, so I'm thinking like where the curved parts are, you know, that's where the light's going to be hitting, and so those I definitely want a little bit of brightness back. I did notice too that on some of the black metal parts, the battle damage is like a gold color, so it's almost like it's gold underneath the like black. So I'm not going to worry too much if I get a little dry brush of this gold on any of the metal black, because I think that's how it's supposed to be. Oh, you know what I think would work? Like a brass. I'm gonna try like a brass color to just hit the edges of the high spots, just to give the plates a little. I want the plates to have a little more separation. Like what I'm doing now is it's better than it was, but I think if I can have a little bit of a copper dry brush, then I can make those edges really like separate. Right now everything's kind of blending together because the wash is definitely helping separate it. But I don't know, it just doesn't have enough pop. Something's happening. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna keep noodling on it while I'm dry brushing. Oh, hey, thanks. Yeah, I'm happy with. I'm not fully done with it. The skin tone. I'm gonna be doing some glazes with the Grimoire purple to warm it, and then I'm gonna do some dark. What is this called? Terrestrial Titan. This is the base color. So I'm gonna wash this. I'm gonna dilute this down to a wash and go in and do some low lights. So I got to push it a little bit farther and then do the portrait, and then his eyes and the lips are going to be just basically several washes of this darker color. He has just like dark lips, and then his little chin ripples or whatever. But yeah, I'm looking forward to doing all the washing and stuff after I get done with these metally armor bits. I like to do the portraits last. I don't know why, it's just a thing. It's hard to see if anything's happening as I'm doing this. I can see it coming off now. Yeah, it's better. I'm feeling better about that. it's probably hard for you guys to see because it's so bright, but got a nice like aged metal now. Darker in the crevices. I'm still gonna go back and do a dry brush of a like I think like a copper or brass, something just a little bit different, just to make those edges pop, and then I think I'll be happy. I'm almost happy. I'm like happier than I was. I'm inching closer towards it. This dry brush is really helping bring the brightness back after doing that layer of wash. I could probably start going a little bit heavier with it now, since I'm moving up the body, you know. I like to try to start in the back in a non-conspicuous spot. Kind of test. Yeah, this what is this called? Bright gold. It's got a lot of grab, like in the dry brush when you're dry brushing it. Like it's got a lot of. I don't know if it's because of the flakes in there or what, but it's like drains the brush really quick. Trying to not be impatient with it. Also trying to move in circles when possible on these big broad areas, so that you end up more of a gradient, you know, fade versus strokes or stripes, you know, more like a buffer, like a dithering. It's probably the best way I could describe it. That way you get a nice traversal from light to dark, up into your creases and down into your, you know, little areas here. And then for every crease there's a highlight. That's why I'm hitting this edge a little bit. That looks nice. I love this part of the painting because it's so subtle, you know. Like, I don't even know if you guys can see it on camera, but it's just it's just like a fine tuning, and I don't know, just like it's finally starting to look real. And just bringing it back to life a little bit. really brings out the definition in the geometry, I think, too. Yeah, like I said, this has been my favorite part. After getting the washes on, now you can see all the little scratches and dents and stuff. Like the wash just settled into those real nice. I like the way it's like picking up the light. Go a little bit more right here. Oh, don't roll into the paint. Yeah, but I like the way the wash is settled into all those little voids and all those little spaces, and then the dry brush just hits the edges and brings everything out. You can sort of see them. And then, yeah, like I said, I think I'm going to go back in with a little bit of a brass or something just on the edges here in a couple of minutes as soon as I finish this part. Yeah, I think, like I said, a little bit of brass will do that. We'll just separate those edges on the highest levels. Either that, or that could use the. Now I'm gonna use brass because I can use that on the greedy gold as well, and that'll also help kind of unify those two those two color choices. Sorry, I'm turtling again. That's too much. Good. I got all the thighs, right? Yes. All the thighs, both thighs. Oh yeah, definitely want to hit these. Be a little careful when I do those. that's good. Oh yeah, let's get these guys. All right, that's good enough. Yeah, that's good. All right, helmet. And his big old torso. That'll do. Oops. No. Now time for the big boy here. get in there to dry brush it. Oh well. Cool. It's just drinking up this paint. Pretty thick mask right there. I glue stuff unless I'm shipping it. If I'm shipping it somewhere, I'll do magnets. And this one he's got wires too, so I wouldn't want to do wires and magnets. Although now that I have these little connectors, that wouldn't be that big of a deal. Just connect it and snap it right on. I do like these little connectors that I got. I just got those recently. Still working out the kinks on how to crimp them, because it's like I have either too small or slightly too large connectors, and so I can't decide which is best. But I do like them. It's a lot easier than soldering everything. There's still going to be some stuff I'll solder because sometimes there's just no other way to do it. But these little quick connectors to run up through the body, it'll just make it easier. So I can do a quick connector on the base, do a quick connector on the foot, then at the waist, and then at the hand. So then I can just connect them as I build. I'm excited to see this guy when he's all put together. You don't get to see it to the end, obviously. But yeah, fun. What's up, Jeffro? How's it going, man? Sorry, I didn't look up. I'm focused on this dry brushing. My mouth hanging open. I need to quit doing that shit. It's my concentration face. Yeah, that's funny. Shoulders. All right. I think that is gonna do it. Got some nice like depths in here. I'll go back and get some highlights here in a second. The chrome, or not with the chrome, with the bronze I'm gonna do. You'll be able to see these edges just a little bit better. You need to rinse this brush out. I know it's full of paint. Trash this anyway. Bad boy cleaned out. Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna. I don't take the time to do that. It's easier for me to I just take my clippers and just snap them off. Unless I'm making this for somebody unless I'm making it for like a gift and they're gonna be assembling it, and I want to keep the keys nice, I will do that. But for the most part, I just make these statues for me. So I'm just gonna take some pliers or some nippers, just crack it right off. But yes, I have definitely thought about what you were saying. It's just a lot of, I mean, not a lot of effort, but it would probably be a good habit to get into if I got into it. If I ever thought about it at the time. Ugh, I really should have cleaned this much sooner than this. just have to leave it in a airbrush cleaner bath. I don't think I can scrub this out. Just isopropyl alcohol. Well, I don't know. Seems like it's coming out now. Maybe I just needed to wear it down a little bit. This is a really good dry brush, so I want to try to keep it in good condition. And the only way to do that is to keep them clean right when you're done using them. You just absolutely can't let paint build up in these guys. Plus, you want to keep it nice and semi-dry anyway. Alright, it'll air dry now, but I think I got mostly clean. So then I can go back and do the, you watch me prep on the other screen. Nice. Now I can go back and do the brass. Do I want to do brass or bronze? Let's see. Let's see, what do I got? Let me go shopping in my metallic department. That's probably too much. That's probably too red. That's copper. Copper probably too red. I think brass is going to be the way to go. It's just a little bit darker. Yeah, let's give this a go. I don't know why Jeff Rose over here trying to pick a fight. My resin printer can beat up your FDM printer. Oh, I should probably mute this. Alright, I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to give it a try. If I shake that, I don't think we're shaking it. I haven't used this in a minute. Basically the same. Paper towel. Alright, let's try this in a non-conspicuous area here. Probably do this with a smaller brush. And it's not really making that big of a difference. It does need to be a little more red. Try some copper. Let's try some true copper and a smaller brush. This is way too big. Alright, that's dry. Big one to kind of grip it. Like a little baby hand. Alright, let's go with that one, maybe? That's too small. No, true copper. That's what I was going to try. Don't know. Let's see if this is. Give me any separation. Put it. Can't tell if this is doing anything. Alright, it is doing a little bit of something. I can see it. Very subtle difference. It does help. It does separate plates just a little bit. It also gives it a little bit of a worn look. Like a tarnish almost. More than the dirt, more than the black. Yeah, there we go. Gives it just a little bit. Gives it just a little bit more separation, I think. It's probably hard for you guys to see. It's very, very subtle, but I gotta do it all over now. Now that I'd started, can't really stop. It'll look weird. should just restrict it to just being used on these internal panels like that. That's really where it has the most impact. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that. Probably doesn't look like I'm doing much of anything to you guys. I don't know if you're picking that up on camera, but there's just a very tiny shift right around the edges, and it just helps separate the gold pieces, the big gold chunks, a little bit. It's actually like a low light that I'm kind of dry brushing. A little bit darker. It's closer to that greedy gold. Well, so what I did was for the armor, I did a base coat of a black, gloss black. Then I did bright gold, and with the airbrush, and then I did the base coat of this is greedy gold. These couple little offshoot pieces that are a slightly different tint. Those are greedy gold, and then sealed that with gloss varnish. Then I washed over it with everything. Then I went back in a dry brush with the bright gold to kind of bring back some of the life to the gold, and to leave the wash down in the little recesses and scars and marks and stuff. And then now I'm doing a dry brush of true copper, kind of around the edges and on the high spots. And then what that's going to do is kind of separate the pieces and give the gold a little bit of a tarnish, which I'm actually really digging. It looks more weathered and beat up, and I'm liking it. First I wasn't sure because it's so subtle, like you guys probably can't even see it on camera, but in real life, just the way the light catches the edges, there's a little bit of like this tint, a little bit of a shift in the tint, so it looks like there's like an oxidation around the edges only, and it just adds to kind of the weathered look of the armor. I might go in and do a panel liner. I don't know though. I don't know if it's necessary. So it was just a whole lot of layers of like darks and lights, and so doing the dry brush of bright gold after the wash kind of, like I said, brings it back but keeps all of the wash in the recesses, and it looks really good. And that's what really, like, I could have stopped there, but this extra layer of copper gives the edges, just like I said, a little bit of a red tint, and like they're oxidizing just a little bit in various spots, I'm really just going to hit the ends and bottoms, because it's like you can only really see it when the light shifts. Like when it's stationary, you can't really tell. When the light changes and the tint kind of catches your eye, it looks like a little bit of like oxidation around the edges, which is pretty cool. It's even hard to tell where I've been. I've already been there. Let me do a quick check. Make sure. Looking. Oh yeah, that looks good. Oh yeah. Oh, he's a big boy. But the metal is just the right amount of age now. Alright, I'm super happy with that. Done, 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 done. What else do I need to do? I need to touch this up with a little bit of chrome. I was going to run panel liner through this, but I don't think I am. I think I'm happy with the way it is. Panel liner will just add not much to it. There's enough going on here. But I do need to start washing my skin tones. Let me get this little bit of chrome done real quick so I don't forget. Sorry, I was really loud. I should have muted. Oh, my throat's dry. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Sorry. Alright, let's see now. Oh, well, that's going to be a problem. I have to black it out first. It's just really thin. What's going on here? My brush is saturated. That should be nice and dry. Alright, so you can put gold over chrome, but you can't put chrome over gold. Well, you know what? I guess I'm just going to live with it. No, I'm not. I gotta fix it. It's gonna drive me crazy. So, gloss black. Sometimes we have to go on little side quests. Oh, I gotta wash this before I forget. It's clean, but it's clean enough. Alright. Side quest, black. And we don't have time to, we're not gonna mess around with this, so we're just gonna go in here with no water. try this on this side. Doesn't want to flow correctly without water. Tell you what, man, I knew this nano gauntlet was going to be more difficult to paint than the Infinity Gauntlet. I did not anticipate all of this. Looks like it was starting to work. If I had went one more coat, with the chrome, it probably would have worked. But honestly, this is probably going to be easier. Alright, that'll do it. Now I can go is clean. What's going on with me today? Bottle's almost empty. Where are my other bottles? There it is. Come here, sucker. All right. Chrome. Now it's done. All right, now what do I want to work on? guess since all the armor parts are done, the only thing I have left to do is the skin. So let's mix up some washes. I'm gonna have to clean out a cup. Just clean out these two big black cups right here. It's hard to do with gloves on. I usually do this off camera. Nope. Not quite. Come on. Trying to not spill the other cups by distorting this thing too much. Yeah, I definitely want gold in there. Tell you what, this is ridiculous. I'm gonna get something not contaminated. I'll do that later. This is a clean cup though, so I gotta use two. I need dark and light. And varnishes. Glossy black. All y'all get out of here. This, I need water. Alright, and another vessel. Like that. Alright, so I think I want to work low to high. So I'm going to take this Terrestrial Titan, which was the base purple that I used here, and I'm just going to mix up basically the tiniest amount I can drop, a whole buttload of water. I want this basically to be like a wash. Just hint. And what am I going to do here? Is this 2? Big. Get out of here. Get into the habit of cycling my brushes out. That's 3. That's 03. That's too small. Or 1 or 0. 0 is probably. This is just barely tint at all. It basically shouldn't even look like anything at first. The first layer that goes down is usually so light you can't really tell. And so this is where it comes in easy to kind of build up to the darkness that you want. Kind of going by wetness right now. Just kind of seeing where the wetness is. And then just keep checking. It does feel like it's a bit tedious, but once you get past a certain layer, it will all of a sudden become like more visible. And then you can start to dial back or keep going if you need to keep going. So it does feel a bit tedious at first. But that's part of the process. I could have mixed up a little bit of a glaze medium, but in this particular instance, I think the wash is going to be fine. Alright, I can almost see it now. Well, at least a couple more. Maybe just this one more will do it. Then I'm going to do the same with the Grimoire Purple. On the high spots. And I don't think I'll need it, but if I do, if I mix up a wash using the mid-tone, then I can kind of blend things back in if I need to blend. As long as there aren't any hard lines on anything, then I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm starting to see a little darkness in there now. just kind of darkens it a little bit. You can definitely see a difference between here and here. You can get a little closer together, but now we're just gonna do the same on this side. It's a very subtle way of adding some definition, kind of following the folds. I did it 3 times over there on that side, I think, roughly. Also have to give it enough time to dry in between. Blow on it a little bit. Oh, he's got lines on the back of his arms too. I guess that makes sense. You know what? I don't think this is dark enough. It's too subtle. So let's try something else. Drain this cup down a little bit. Go drop of the terrestrial titan, drop of black. It's gloss black, it shouldn't matter. I don't think it's gonna be shiny. I have a little water, not as much as we did before. There, it's probably more appropriate. Nope, that is way too dark. Alright, well, mistakes are being made. Let's try that again. That's just way too dark. A little bit of darkness is okay. That was a little much. Try one more time. Terrestrial Titan with a little bit of black residue in there. Maybe we just make it so soupy this time. About half. Alright, that feels more appropriate. Like I can see it, but this is a little too dark. I mean, a little too light. All right, it's coming along. Giving these little muscles a little bit of separation. It'll be so subtle, you're not even really going to see it. straight up steak right there. I forgot about that. A little bit thicker coat. There's a little black spot right there. Trying to get these nail beds to be a little darker. Separation into these fingers. The skin tone is actually pretty good through here. I'm not seeing a whole lot I need to do. Still will probably come back with some the highlight wash to warm things up a little bit, but as far as this dark wash goes, I think that was pretty successful. There's so many little details. It's hard to just stop. All right, stop. Oh wait, see a spot. I missed that whole back side there. Or inside, I should say. Sometimes you do have to just stop. But not right now, Jeff. Not right now. All right, I think that's good enough. That's good enough. Let's take a look at this portrait. Oh, it's 6:30 almost. No wonder I'm getting hungry. So, his lips are 100%. It'll be dark. Here's where it starts getting a little good. Starting to see a little more definition in his face. Keep on washing. So I get the darkness that I'm looking for here. As I gloss it too, it will darken down. Lips, I mean. think that does a pretty decent job given his little skin folds some definition. Such tiny eyes. All right, but I think I'm going to stop right there. I'll do the highlight glaze or washes and his eyes in the next session. But I think that's it. If my calculations are correct, I think I'm done after I finish up this portrait. So I'm going to stop for right now because I've been at this for almost 5 hours. And I probably not going to stream again tonight, but I'll probably work on it some this week at some point. So have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, and I will catch you on the next sesh. Take it easy.